Hello, welcome to Train Sim World 6. Today's video will be this particular scenario. The first one in the Crewe to Preston, or Preston to Carlisle bit of the West Coast Main Line. Crewe to Preston is coming, but it's not yet. Eventually, you'll be able to do London all the way to Carlisle. But at the moment, that's not available. Anyway, I'm going to do Southbound liner, which goes from Kingmoor to Preston. Late running passenger services means you'll be looped on numerous occasions, which is why it'll take roughly 2.5 hours. Probably longer with me going into photo mode, because I like taking screenshots. So, we'll wait for it to load up. Kingmoor is Carlisle. It's the furthest north that the route goes, officially. And then Preston's the furthest south, officially. I mean, I've only done one of the 5 scenarios on this route. I can do all 5 scenarios eventually. The other scenario I've done is the Class 08 one. Here we go, Southbound liner. Thought I'd do one with an electric loco. So, we're in the cab. Make sure... Today you're operating a line service southbound as far as Preston. Expect to be looped several times to allow express trains to pass. Well, first thing first... Where is it? AWS. Unisolated. Yeah, I know. Changeover lever is on. Get everything set up. Where's the key? I can never remember. There it is. It's on. Put it in forward. We've got a downhill gradient, so I can't exactly... let's go into external, see if the lights are on. No, so... They are now. Go to the other end. And... No, I need to go into that mode. Tail light. There's the Southbound Express. I can have the doors open on this without any worry. Because it's an older unit. I can't go until I've got the signal. I'm making sure everything is set up though. So zoom in. Set the train brake to running. It's easy enough. There we go, we're moving. Is everything else set up? Headlight on. Marker light on. Where's the other marker light? just in case I go into anywhere dark. Don't need warm air. Don't need tail light. Forward we go. I'm not actually driven. What's the maximum speed of this? 110 miles an hour. I'm in the number 2 end. I've not driven one of these in anger yet. This is 87032. So let's... Ooh, it's misty. I didn't realise that. Let's get a screenshot. Kenilworth. It's not far from where I am. I love the detail that are on these models. You wouldn't... You see a lot more detail. I mean, you can see the detail in the... underneath the wagons. There's another 87 there. Which one's that? 87026. Sir Richard Arkwright. Let's get a shot of that one as well. There's a 110 or 101. I can't remember which they are. There's a pair of them on the shed. So they'll get a screenshot. Still haven't got to the back of my train. I want to... There's a Class 08 as well. Is the light in flash mode? Oh, no, it's switched off. It's what's known as a flashing rear end device, or FRED. The 08's getting fuel. 08759. There we go. Let's increase power up to 10. And we should be able to just keep going. There's the river. It's quite a wide river. And while we're in between bridge supports, or in between catenary masts, get another screenshot. Quite an interesting... The river's really shallow. It's directly underneath. Get a picture like we're a boater. Even though there's no boats on that bit of the river. It's taken a bit of time to speed up. Despite us going downhill. Locomotive brake. Train brake. Anti-slip brake. Brake overcharge. Windscreen wipers. Horn. Being able to play with the horn like that is quite good. Pantograph up and down, which we don't want to do while we're moving. Train heat we don't need. Yellow signal. Just hold it at 20 miles an hour. Be prepared to stop. I've not driven a freight train in quite a while, so I'm having a bit of fun. It's a slow journey. It'll take quite some time. Freight can't really go up to the same speed as passenger, so this journey will take a lot longer than if I was on an express passenger. I honestly don't mind. Okay, I'm gonna have to start applying the brakes, because that red signal is not changing, even with me going slow. Used to be a line over there, if you look. I may have to look on Google Maps as to... signal's changed. I can release the brakes and notch up. It'll still do a buzz. I prefer having AWS on because it means that I know if the next signal is going to be yellow or red. We're going slow for the simple fact that we will have to be stopping quite a bit. I do like the weather. Is that a 47 or an 87? 87. Light engine. Let's get a picture of that, because that's in Intercity. And see what name it is. Howard of Effingham. 87015. Weathered. Intercity livery. And then the view from next to my cab. There's my avatar for the game. Head out. It'll need to be a little bit further away. There we go. Go back in the cab. I prefer driving from in the cab in this game, because I can move the camera around. I could get up and look at things like corridor midlights and cab light on that side. Just turned it up, haven't I? We're slowing down. We need a bit more power. We've got a bit of... notch down a bit, that's better. There's a passenger train in platform there, which is a mix of Intercity and BR Blue and Grey. Let's do the horn. And then when we come to the end of the non-loco fitted, there's no loco on that. I want a photo of my train in the station. From... Ooh, there's a... Where's that heading? No idea, there's no destination. There's... my freight train. I'm going a bit fast. I'm going to have to cut the power. Can I get both in shot comfortably? Power off, power off, power off. I do wish it had stopped doing that when I... There we go, 20 miles an hour. Or just over. I'm not too worried about overspeed at the moment. I won't get up to the 60 that freight trains are allowed to do. Or were allowed to do in the 80s, because this is set 1986. When I was 4, freight trains had a limited speed. We've got to go down to 15. Next signal is red. We've just gone over the route that goes to the Settle and Carlisle, which is not available on Train Sim World. Unfortunately, it's not as not as interesting traffic-wise as some of the other routes. Looks like we're being routed into a loop already. Oh, pardon me, already. I'm just looking how far away from the signal I am. One advantage of freight service over passenger, I don't have to worry about come on. There we go, notch up. Up to 3. Because we've got to stop in the loop by the look of it. We've got the feather to go into the loop. I'm not sure what the name of this particular yard is. We've got the sunflower showing that the next signal's yellow, which we can see. Go back to that view. I can see the track ahead. There's the junction that we're going across. And into the loop. I go... That's the switch out there. That's lights. That's my control desk. Got 700 yards before the red signal, which will be back on this side. I was thinking of doing a free roam using a modern train. But I realised the way I wanted it, my laptop doesn't have enough memory to be able to put in trains in other stations and then load in a train that I wanted to drive. I did try. It just kept coming up with memory utilisation failure. So, running the scenarios means there are other trains. Doing it free roam, the other trains would just be stationary at stations appropriately. I might try it with just one, maybe two trains at other stations, depending on the station. But I would like to make this route look modern. Okay, I've got to cut power. Not yet. I just realised it's not yet to hold it. That's a go via, it's not a stop. Back into cab view so I can do okay, it's not showing the next objective. Wait for the passenger train to overtake before continuing on your way. First many loops. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna creep to the end of the loop. Still got 200 yards. If I stop short, there it is. What's that engine? Black Douglas. There's a class 68 named that nowadays. That's on an intercity run. And it's speeding past. I wonder if it's got its lights on. Yeah. And it's on Mark 3s. Wow. What's at the back end? What kind of brake coach is on the rear? A Mark 1 brake gangway. Or BG. And it's got a rear light. A Fred, because it's switched off there. Is mine still on? Or is mine flashing? I want to know if it's flashing. Got a flash at the moment. There's more locos over there, which I hadn't seen. Oh, look what they are as well. No, mine's also in switched off mode. So we've got an 87, which is 029. Oh, Marischal, which is actually a name that class P2 carried. Then 47652, class 47, and BR large logo. Then we've got some coaches, including another Mark 1 brake gangway. And Old shed. Interesting. What's over this way? Sure, I saw something else. Can't see anything. There's loco shed. No, no more locos. Just those two. Okay. I'm just creeping forward. By the time I get to the signal, it should have cleared. That's my reasoning. Just going at 5 miles an hour. Then we've got 11 miles before we get to Plumpton, up Goods Loop. How many loops do we have to pass through? 1, 2, 3, 4. As well as Carlisle Upperby. It's gone yellow. So now we can get up to speed. It's still 20 miles an hour as we leave the loop. And then it's up to whatever the speed limit for freight is. I think it's 60. Soon find out. Just have to remember I'll be routed into the loop and have to stop. As I said, we've just done Upperby Goods Loop. Next is Plumpton up Goods Loop, then Greyrig up Goods Loop, Carnforth up Passenger Loop, and then Preston Goods Loop, which is the end of this run. Slowly speeding up. Problem with a big heavy freight, I don't know how long it will take to come completely out of the loop. And we have to build speed back up gradually. There's the river again. The river that's just basically a little bit of water and then the ground below it, immediately below it. Still haven't exited the loop. I can demonstrate that. There's the end of the loop with my flashing red. Flashing rear end device. And we can open the throttle. Okay, I can't go too much because I've just gone into the red, drawing too much power. There you go, we've got a bell instead of a buzz. Got a green signal. I'm trying to build up speed without that bar where it says amp. When it goes red, it's actually causing damage to the engine. So I don't want it for too long in the red. But I need some speed. I can go up to 75 miles an hour. Ooh, just crept into the red. Crept. There you go, we're starting to build up some speed. We're going uphill, so it'll be drawing more current as well. of the green signal. As I said, I could have the doors open, but it's not prototypical on a mainline train. Is that... It goes up to about 100, I think, on the control. Go back in the cab. At least it's not raining. That would make traction and stopping a lot more difficult. But we do miss a lot of the view because of the fog. So, Plumpton is... I'm going to guess before we get to Penrith. I'm not too sure. I could just look. Yeah, before Penrith. There's the goods loop. And then... ooh, we'll be passing another train. And that'll be before we get to Plumpton. We're at 38% on the throttle. Going up a 1 in 120. Oh, this is a nice road bridge. It's either an A road or a motorway. I think it's the M6. Easy way of finding out. Have a look at what that sign says. If it's green, then it's an A road. If it's blue, it's a motorway. There we go. 2 screenshots. If it works. Should go the... there we go. And we can carry on. Doing the screenshots just gives me more opportunity for... 1, doing the thumbnail for the video. And 2, a bit extra at the end of the video. Yes, this is going to be a very long video. I mean, it's 2.5 hours minimum to get from Carlisle Kingmoor to Preston with a freight that's being looped. I don't think I'm able to get up to 85 or even 105 because I think that's passenger. Soon find out. Looks like I've got the throttle maximum now. Yeah, 75 is the maximum for freight. And this can go faster when it's on a passenger train. Passenger train, it can do 110. There's the... oh, it's a blue one. Is it named? Yes. Cock of the North. Another XP2. And they're just going into the 85 mph section. That works. Okay. My train's longer than theirs. And I've got 7 miles before we have to stop again. Okay. That's easy enough. I'll have to start slowing at 2 miles. Because of how long the train is. And how long it takes to slow down. There we go, maintain 70 miles an hour. Because I don't want to be going above the speed limit. Slowing slightly, but I'm okay with that. I mean, we're going to be having to stop in just over 5.5 miles, so... Okay, didn't know there was a crossover there. Must be a former station site around here. I wouldn't know, I've never actually travelled on this bit of the West Coast Main Line. Probably do it one day. I've done down to London along the Trent Valley, and then from Rugby the rest of it. I've done Rugby to Birmingham International. I've done Birmingham New Street to Stafford, and I've done the Trent Valley up to Manchester. Oh, another train. That's a freight. I should have got a screenshot of that. Let's go up and get a screenshot of that one. It's an steel train. Wasn't expecting to pass another train. This is a neutral section. What's the name on this one? Knight of the Thistle. Number 14. There we go. He's got his lights on. That's what I'm on. A Freightliner. These are permanent. Are they 2-car or 1, 2? So you've got coupling there. Solid bar. Solid bar. Solid bar. And then coupling there. Oh, I'm inside my train. Don't want to be in my train. Could be on top of the train and getting electrocuted. So they're 4 wagons permanently coupled for each one of these sets. And then these are all individual wagons with screw couplings and single line air. Okay. Now what I'm going to do... Oh, the red... Yeah, they've actually got a traditional red light. Unlike me with a Fred. As I said, these will appear at the end of the video anyway. All the screenshots, and the ones that... one of them will become the thumbnail. At the moment, I don't know which one that will be. But there will be a thumbnail image created from one of these many, many screenshots. Yes, there will be more screenshots. I'm sorry about that, but I do like taking screenshots. Sheep. .6 miles. I'm maintaining trying to maintain speed for a bit. When it gets to 2 miles, I'll cut it down to 10 on the throttle. Couldn't remember the word for a second. I'll cut it down to 10 on the throttle so that the speed's coming down. That way, going into the loop, I'm at the right speed, hopefully. Next signal is yellow. So that's... there we go. It's now time to start cutting power. Why is it completely cutting? I didn't want it completely cut. I wanted it at 10. Right, we've got to get down to 20 miles an hour in 1.7 miles. So apply the brakes at the same time. And that's cut the power as well. Okay, next signal will be red. Yep. And that's a lot closer than I thought. Okay, I was not expecting the red signal to be so close. Now I'm gonna have to... oh, of course it won't. There we go. Up to... 13. We've got a red signal, and I put the brakes on too hard. Hopefully, I won't have to stop for that signal, and it will change before I get to the loop, or before I get to it. I can just go at a nice regular speed. And then I will probably have to stop in the loop and wait for the passenger service, which will now be at a red. Oops, still going too fast. Trying to cut speed. Oh, there's another passenger. What's the loco this time? Lord Nelson, number 18. Remove that. Pretend that I'm looking out of my cab. In fact, go in the cab. Can I adjust? That looks better. There we go. Still accelerating. So I'm notching down to the point where I'm not accelerating anymore. It's gone yellow. Stay at 17. Because I can't go faster than 20 as we go into the loop. Feathers are showing yellow, showing diverging route or diverging path. If we were going on the main, it would just be, those white lights above the signal would not be illuminated. They're known as feathers. How close? Nearly at the junction. Or the loop. And it's one where trains going northbound can also stop. Nice bit of signalling for that. And how far to the signal? 400 yards. Let's go into that view. It's quite a... Oh, there's the stop. There's the go via. Doesn't give me... Whole train should now be in the loop. And I'm gonna have to go back that side. They've got double yellow. Go this view a sec. There's my train sitting in a goods loop. I'm waiting for the other train and then I'll go into photo mode. That'd be cool. if I didn't have the HUD and all that lot up. Just watching for the Up Express, which is just coming in now. And it's another Class 87. Now that is perfect timing. What's the name on this one? It's Black Douglas again. Hasn't that already gone past us? That's weird. Same loco, twice in the same direction. So it'll have mostly blue and greys. I mean, mostly intercity. A couple of blue and greys, and then a Mark 1 BG. But this time the Mark 1 BG is in intercity. And also got a Fred. Whereas before, the Mark 1 BG and the last two Mark 3s were blue and grey, with the rest intercity. It's a bit weird that the same engine's gone past twice in the same direction. Because it passed at Carlisle Upperby. So, yeah. It's just really weird to see it twice. Anyway. There it goes. Speeding away. I can now start releasing my brakes. Because the signal should change pretty soon. Next one is Grey Rig in 26 miles, so we might get up to 75 again. Okay. Start moving. Go back in the cab. You know what? I know it'll put the brake on. It normally does. It hasn't this time. I want both doors open now. Let's get up to speed. Oh, we got a catch point there. Designed to stop any runaways. Which I'm definitely not a runaway because there's a driver in it. Me. Don't know what the phone's for. Communicating with guard on a passenger service, maybe? Actually, I'm going to be sensible. Now that we're going again. We can't go above 20 until the whole train's out of the loop. So I run down to there. I'm trying to run it down to a point where I'm not going to keep accelerating until I'm able to. go, I can now notch up again. And we've got 26 miles before our next temporary stop. This is going to take quite a while to do, but it'll be quite fun when I get it done. I'm keeping an eye on the ammeter because I do not want to be having a failure because of drawing too many amps. I am confused as to why Black Douglas has gone past twice. If it had been going the other way first time, then I could have said it did a run round very quickly at Carlisle. Or just went onto another train. But it went south both times. And if it happens a third time, then whoever did the scripting for this particular scenario didn't do a very good job. Because you don't see the same engine more than once, normally. Or loco, or unit, or whatever. It'd be even crazier if one of the other freight services was being hauled by the same loco as I'm on. I have no idea if that'll happen. Nearly at maximum throttle. Must admit, this route in the fog is quite atmospheric. Seeing the fields disappearing into the mist, the rails disappearing into the mist, and things just appearing gradually. It's quite a nice sight. We've done 2.5 miles since the first goods loop, or second loop that we've had to go into. .66 miles an hour, 67. Can't get up to 88 in this. If you know, you know. Neutral section. Where's the neutral section? Can't see it. Ooh, there's a lane there. There we go, let's start throttling back. .25 on the throttle, and we're going at a pretty constant speed. As I said on the previous video, the little bar on the HUD, if it's blue, I'm accelerating. If it's yellow, I'm slowing down. What? Why is that just... It's just... Why did it just cut power? This is Penrith, which is still 75 miles an hour. Don't know why it cut power then. There we go. Just accelerate a little bit to try and get back up to 75. There's the M6 again. So I want a photo of me train going across the M6 for the second time. It's a pity the cars have solid black windows. That's a good view as well. It's missing the Armco in the middle of the motorway. And then this side doesn't work as well. Let's pretend I'm walking on the path and taking a photo like that. Let's carry on. What the... Why was it in that view? Okay, accelerating slightly. That was a nice little bridge. Didn't see it until the last second. At least on this route, I don't actually have to sound horn unless I'm moving from the yard or station. I want to see what that is. River Bridge! Now that is nice. Rule of thirds. That is a gorgeous bridge. And you don't see it because there's no footpath. Can I get down like that? That would be gorgeous with a steam engine going across. I could do a steam rail tour. Pretend it's going from Preston to Carlisle or Carlisle to Preston and then back to Carnforth after running round. Ooh, there's a farm. You wouldn't see this from... Or you wouldn't see the detail from on the train. That's an interesting building. And it just happens to be for sale. JT Estates. 56A Falkland Avenue, Blackpool. And it was before Phone One Day. If you know what that is, you'll understand why I said before phone one day. Let's get me train in. There's my train going over the cattle creep. Can I look at it from the other side with the farm in the background? Can actually see the loco name now for a screenshot. Let's go back to driving. Okay, we're going a bit too quick. Let's notch down a little bit. £75 an hour. I'm not sure if there's actually any tunnels on this route. Going uphill slightly, so I need a bit more on the throttle. Or power controller as it's named. Otherwise I keep slowing. And we're on level track. I can still speed up a little bit. There's another viaduct. Let's look at what this one looks like over the river. That's a tall viaduct. That's a really tall viaduct. To go over that river. Shows how the electrification was put in. That's a drainage thing. But when they put the electrification, they just put concrete supports. I wonder if I can make it an evening view of this. First off, do that. And change the time of day. That looks totally different. So does that. The glow from the sun is quite different at this time. What about 9 o'clock? Doesn't work as well. 6 o'clock. Yeah, that's... It's gone back to that view. I don't like it going to that view. There are some amazing structures on this route. Here's another motorway. So it's concrete structure. Concrete structure over the M6 again. There's also a lane. I wonder. That's not a bad view. Or standing in the central reservation. You can tell the modern bridges on the route. Modern being when the M6 and was built and things like that. Even the sheep are quite well modelled. Considering you only see them in passing. Any with the heads down? Or are they all the same model? They're all identical. But that sheep in the foreground, train in the background. Oh, I'm back in the normal view. Thank you. You didn't put me in that silly view. Going uphill again. Trying not to slow down too much. Oh, we're going past a goods loop that we're not going into because we've still got 19 miles before Grey Rig. Still slowing down. So I need to go maximum throttle. Or maximum power control there. I prefer to use the term throttle, because that's what it is. There's another farm. And another crossover. And another underbridge. Haven't passed another train yet. I wonder if we'll be passing any more northbound services anytime soon. Bearing in mind the West Coast Main Line is one of the busiest railways in Europe. Should really be seeing more services. Even in the 80s it was busy. One of these videos I'll do the timetable. Is that the M6 again? Can't tell. Looks like it. Down in the valley there. No, it's just a normal road. Grey Rig is where the M6 and West Coast Main Line are close together. But then most of the section between Preston and Carlisle, the M6, is close to the West Coast Main Line. 16 miles before we have to stop again. Ooh, a train. What's the loco? William Shakespeare. First time seeing that one. Zoom out a bit. Get a nice artistic shot of it. And go into my cab through the window. a little bit higher so it's driver height. There's this click. There's that click. Okay, so that's photo taken from in the cab. I wonder, can I go into their cab? Yes. Don't want that view, do I? The eyes and mouth. Ugh, that's scary. So, my train as a screenshot as well. Here we go. Past there. They've got more blue and grey Mark 3s. I nearly said Mark 2s. They're Mark 3s. Okay, I can start cutting the... Okay, it's going a bit too slow, so I want it where it's not accelerating or decelerating. So I would like to get this activity or scenario done in the shortest time, while also taking my screenshots, which, as is now becoming standard, is going to be at the end of the video. All the screenshots I take. I'm still slightly decelerating, so a little bit more power. Oh, a tunnel! I wanted it just coming out of this tunnel. Oh well. That's a good image. We'll get that one. We're on a curve. That's what I waited for. The grass looks so real. That works. Get a bit of the bridge in, or the tunnel in. How about being on the road? That's not a bad image. I'll get creative with my... It's gone back into that. Wish it would stop doing that. I pressed both analog sticks at the same time. But it still switches camera view. The other way, if I do it here, would be to go into that, options, photo mode. Like that. That actually looks quite cool, coming through the bridge. And that way it doesn't change camera view either. Ooh. Where did that line come from? I just thought about that. It came as we came through the bridge, but I didn't see where it started. I want to see how far along the camera will go. Whether it's just a goods loop or looks like it's a goods loop. I just wasn't paying attention, was I? No, it goes... It's both a goods loop, because there's a junction, and it also comes the other side of this 9-side hut, which I'm going to get a screenshot of, and then go up. Ooh, it's a quarry of some sort. Interesting. It's a pity there's no scenarios that go up here, because this would make an interesting thing to look at. Loads wagons. Then you've got a loop to run round, and then the quarry with Big Digger with its solid windows. That's the only thing about this route. The vehicle... Oh, it's not a run round loop, it's just 2 dead end sidings, so you'd have to run round and propel in. But this is an interesting quarry. I'm inside the what? Really interesting. Didn't even know it existed. There's more of the quarry, but you can't go up to it. Conveyor. That just doesn't go anywhere. Then there's conveyor into there, to there, to... And then a big JCB. Or caterpillar, whatever. It's quite a fascinating little quarry. Let's go back to my train. Sorry, I'm losing track of what I'm meant to be doing. I'm seeing things that are interesting and going over to them in photo mode. I've still got 13 miles before I get to Greyrig. And that isn't even halfway to Preston. This is going to be a long video. I can guarantee that. I may end up splitting it in 2. Just so that it's not overly long. All depends on how long... Is that a freight at last? Yay! Wolf of Badenoch again! It's almost as though they haven't got enough Class 87 models to do. Let's advance time slightly. That's good. Both 87s in shot. Oh, there's a big pillar there. Part of the overhead electrification. What about if I go this side? With my Kenilworth 87032. While Wolf of Badenoch is 027. 5 earlier. Wolf of Badenoch, I'm sure, was at Carlisle Upperby. The shed. Oh well. As I said, it looks like the game just doesn't want to load in other locos. We've had one Class 08, two Class 110s, I think they are, or 101s, one or the other. Okay, we need to slow down a bit. And it's going to shut down, which is really annoying, and I can't do anything about it. I've realised why it does that. Go back up. Ooh, there's another loop. You can tell when I was doing my own scenario, driving the Voyager, I didn't really look at the line. Trying to get the yellow so it's not, or the bar so it's not yellow. I want it a bit blue because we're slowing down. There we go, a little bit of blue. Speed up again. $70 miles an hour. Another quarry. Let's have a look at this quarry. It's a bit more, what's the word? Interesting. Because there's more detail because you actually run alongside it. Though some of the bits where you're further away, how does that conveyor belt work? There's no power. There's a drag crane. That's quite cool. Another JCB. Or cat. Let's have a look what it says. Doesn't say anything, it's just blank. I'd say that's a caterpillar rather than a JCB. Then you've got the main buildings. You've got a line up here. Where's that go? That won't be an electrified line. It just goes up to a set of buffers. There's another bit of plant and another one, and then it just goes blank. I mean, these shelters are quite... Oh, you can't go in them. Okay. And then there's what looks like farm that the quarry's right next to. Or it could just be the quarry office buildings. Get a screenshot with my train in. So that entire line is diesel only. Back into regular cab view. And I've got hiccups. Which one's it this time? 11. The Black Prince. That one's a new one. And it's on... Nine Mark 3s and a Mark 1 BG again. Which is also in blue and grey. Though, does it actually say NHA in that? We go Mark 3A. First open. First open. Restaurant first buffet. Oh, that would be nice to ride in. Can you actually see the buffet car? Can I go in through the window and have a look? Wow. There's the restaurant. The buffet counter is closed. Back out. And that one is a tourist second open. TSO. As is that one. And 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 then, of course, the Black Prince with my train in the background. Back to driving. First time I've looked at the tops panels on the coaches. Let's cut down to gonna have to put the brakes on a bit because I'm speeding. Don't want to be speeding for too much. I mean, I've got 8.7 miles before Grey Rig. And the brakes are definitely on, you can hear them. The 87 had that whenever the brakes were used. There we go. It's going to accelerate again, but I'm going to use the brakes to make sure I'm not speeding. We've just gone over Shap. So we're now going downhill. That whine is the brakes. It's the heat. It's basically putting electricity back in the system. That's why we've got the high-pitched whine. The transistors and all the other electrical bits get really hot. Just gone over a neutral section, or under a neutral section. Release the brakes. I'm going down a 1 in 75. So we've gone over the summit of the line at Shap. Most of the journey now is downhill. So I'll be using the brakes to manage my speed. Because I don't want to be speeding. And oh, another one. That's a... What engine's on that? I went too far. I should have gone in. I should have pressed escape and looked. But I want to see what the engine is. Or loco, whatever you want to call it. That one is Lord President. Number 28. So the next one along from what we've just seen. There we go. Screenshot taken. And back into cab. Still going downhill. I'm keeping an eye on my speed, as well as how far away from Grey Rig I am, which is 5.5 miles that way. I'm also trying not to go seriously fast again. There's the brakes coming in again. There's the M6 again. So what I'm going to do is... I want to get... Oi. Silly thing. I want to get a view with the M6 and my train coming under it. So I want to go up like this. And then that's a good sort of shot. Followed by one with more of it in shot. And then come down here. So I get the shadow of it coming under the bridge. Don't think there's another train due any time soon. Oh, a bit too close. Oi! I wish it would stop doing that. There we go. Back into driver view. Okay, release the brakes again. That was the M6 again. I don't know how many times we've gone over the M6 now. Quite a few. There's a nice village and yard. Don't know which yard it is. Easy way of finding out. Does it say? T-Bay! So we're near the motorway services. And there's the edge of the village of T-Bay. And the river. What's that bridge look? Oh, it's a concrete bridge. So that's a modern bridge over the river with a stone road bridge. That one's cool. Going to pretend I'm in their garden. Taking a photo of the train going across the bridge. There we go. As I said, this video will be either split into two to make it more manageable, or it'll be very, very long. Currently, I don't know which. we're now alongside the M6. M6 is up there, as I will prove by going into this camera. There's the M6, and there's my loco and train. Go back in the cab, because I do prefer driving in the cab. What bridge is that? Okay, unfortunately, there's a lane going up to it, and then it's green. That actually does work though. Don't know why that road just ends in a load of greenery and then wall. Maybe it's because it was a path originally. Back driving. There's a couple of houses and another viaduct. This one will be a big stone one. Yay! Over a river and a road. And then there's the M6. How about a view from the M6 of my loco over the viaduct? That's quite a big viaduct. As I said earlier, the mounts that they put on for the overhead are just totally different. Go under the viaduct. Can we get a view from this bridge? The M6 bridge in the background spoils it, but let's advance. Oh, it's a little bit too... There we go. Nice little area. Carry on driving. And start applying brake. Just gonna let it go down by gravity at the moment, because we're going uphill. .2 miles to next speed limit. 2.8 miles from Greyrig already. Even with me... oh, there's a nice river. Even with me stopping to do the photo mode. Oh, I completely forgot what I was going to say then, that's why I went blank. Yeah, going into photo mode does make the video much longer. But I do like getting these photos. And I like looking at the scenery. 2.4 miles. Let's have a bit of power so I'm not going too slow. Because I don't want to stall on this bank. There we go. I know I've got a 20 mile an hour for going into the Greyrig loop. I can almost guarantee that. Trying to just notch down a little bit. There we go, 2 signals away. So, cut power even more. We're going downhill again. And there we go. Apply a bit of braking force. Cab's shaking a lot, which it shouldn't be. It's 10 miles an hour into Grey Rig. That's quite a speed restriction. So I need to apply a bit more braking force. I'm going uphill again, so I can just coast most of the... we're going to be hitting the signal too quickly. That high-pitched whine could be annoying if you're doing this every day. I can understand why it whines, but it does get a bit annoying. Going to bring it to a nice gentle 10 miles an hour. Gone yellow, which is what I expected, but I can't. I can release the brakes. Notch up a little bit. Just so I don't stall as we go under the M6 yet again. Through what is in effect a tunnel, rather than just an overbridge. At 10 miles an hour. What I'm going to do is, when I'm getting out of the tunnel, I will why does it keep doing that? Stop switching back to... That's a good image. Coming out of the tunnel. Also means I can look where the loop is. There it is. There's the loop. It's got a catch point this end into some ballast, just in case something rolls back, because it's uphill. How long is the loop? Bearing in mind it's a 10 mile an hour loop. There's a GSMR tower. Please don't ask what GSMR means, because I am not 100% sure. And then there's the signal, followed by a bridge. So it's a decent length loop. Okay, let's go back. We've got to go in at 10 miles an hour. Hopefully we won't have to stop. Otherwise, I'll have to use throttle before I pull away, because it's uphill. And I'd rather not have my train roll backwards. Got a little bit of throttle, because it just started showing blue on there instead of yellow. I wanted to see what that was and have it with mine in shot. That is Lord of the Isles. Sure, I've seen that one as well. This game looks stunning when you get shots like this. The weather makes it brilliant. There we go. And of course it put me in that silly camera mode. Actually, if I go back into that camera mode and then go like that, that's better. I think I will have to stop, so cut power, put it on hold. I'm going to get as close to the signal as I can. We're now heading downhill again, so speed will probably speed up if I don't watch what I'm doing. Currently, the signal for the fast is red. 17 miles before Carnforth. And perfect stop. I can see both signals, and I can then watch for the next express passenger, and then find out what the loco is. More than likely, it'll be Black Douglas for the third time. Weird that that just suddenly loses focus. Like that. Weird. Getting really close, you can see shadows and everything. Further away, you can't. It's just the shadows, or the detail, disappears a lot sooner than you think. Have they got a signal yet? They've got red, so they're not even in section. Let's look. There's that one. It's just passed. Oh, it's a 5 coach. Or 4 coach and loco. Okay. It's not in section yet. I'll wait until that signal clears. Then I'll turn around again. I could have my door open while I'm waiting, but I'm gonna leave it shut. Is it in section yet? Nope. Just making sure I'm not moving. That signal's still red. This is a long wait. I mean, there we go, it's in section. When I see it, I will go into photo mode and see what loco it is. Doesn't look like it'll be Black Douglas this time, because it's either loco +5 or a 3+2 DMU. Soon find out. Come on, train. Where is you? Let's go into the map. There you is. Whoa! My brakes came completely off then. That would have been a service failure. Which would have been really annoying, because I've been doing this video for well over an hour. And all those screenshots would go to waste, which would be so annoying. Especially as I've still got somewhere around 50 or so miles to go. It's a rough guess. There it is. Looks like a... oh, it is a class... it's a 47. Wrong button! Stupid thing. I hit the wrong button. I want to see what 47 it is. Oh, it's a blue and... a large logo blue. 451. On just 4 coaches. And they're Mark 1s. 47451. So it's a 47/4. And we've got Mark 1 brake gangway. Mark 2 Tourist second open. Another Mark 2 Tourist second open. And another brake gangway. Go back into that. Go back into my cab. I can still see both signals. Just wait for it to clear the section. And we've got 17 miles before we get to Carnforth, where maybe, possibly not, but maybe we'll see some steam. Okay, once the brakes are fully released, we're creeping forward, and now while we're doing power. Still 10 miles an hour until we're out of the loop. Should really have a catch point this end of the loop as well, because it's downhill. I'm surprised I haven't passed a DMU, or had a DMU go past. Okay, got power. And a bit of braking so that I'm not speeding. Do not want to be speeding. Once I'm outside of the loop fully, it's quite a long train, but once I'm completely outside the loop, then I can completely release the brakes. I just want to have a look at... Ooh, that's a cool location to have my loco in shot. I want to look at this little stream. Is this one the same, where it's water? Oh, this one's actually got a proper riverbed, or stream bed. Come into this house's garden and get a photo of Kenilworth with the bushes in front. Carry on. Still going at less than 10 miles an hour. If it goes up to 11, then it shows me as speeding. And I don't get the same number of action points. Which is really what I'm trying to get. As many action points as I can. Which is why AWS, which is that, is on. And how do I turn DSD on? Never even noticed that until just. We've got DSD. Oh, I can release the brakes completely now. Let's get some power. We can go up to 75 miles an hour. That stream is now culverted. Means that it can't... there'll be a wall there. Let's go into that view. There we go. The wall is to protect the railway from erosion. Let's get up to 25 on the throttle. Green signal. This is an amazing route. It was one of the last ones for Train World 5. And to think that Crew to Preston will be coming out this year. Same period as this one. And Milton Keynes to Crewe Trent Valley Line, also coming out this year, but set modern day. Hopefully by the summer, be able to drive from London Euston to Carlisle not on the same route. You'd have to route swap at Milton Keynes, Crewe, Preston. So 4 routes to do most of the West Coast Main Line. A line that is one of the busiest in Europe. Green signal. Let's just let gravity do its... Oh, sorry, I've got hiccups now. Let gravity do its thing. There we go. I'm going fast enough for gravity to accelerate me. Another viaduct. Is this another stone one? Let's have a look. Yep. The viaducts on this line are amazing. I mean, the work that would have gone into these in the first place, you can't comprehend how much effort the navvies would have put in. Nowadays, a railway this length, the full West Coast Main Line, would take over 10-20 years to build. I mean, look at how slow HS2 is being built. The Trent Valley line took 2 years from approval to completion. And that's got some pretty amazing structures on it itself. Not that you can see them on Train Sim Classic, because you can't really fly as far away as you can in this game. When that route comes out later this year, it'll be fun, and I will get it and do some videos on it. Mainly because the Trent Valley line's my local line. Yeah, the Trent Valley line, 2 years to build. The Birmingham to London line took 3 or 4 years, and it's twice the distance as of the Trent Valley line. Then the Birmingham to Liverpool via Crewe, the Grand Junction, took 3 years. That's roughly the same length as HS2. HS2 so far has taken over 10 years. Another road bridge, modified when the line was electrified. That's an original bridge, so the line would have been lowered through it. Yeah, HS2's taken so long, partly because of a lot of people not wanting it, but also environmental concerns and... Oh, I'm going to have to put the brake on. You've got environmental reasons. We don't have the skills to build a railway to the same standard as they did in the Victorian eras anymore. The last mainline railway before HS2, and the Channel Tunnel Rail Link, as HS1 was originally known, was the Great Central. That was late 1800s, early 1900s. And between then and, first of all, High Speed 1, and now High Speed 2, the skills for building a railway have disappeared. It's silly. Yes, lines have been upgraded. I mean, Trent Valley Line between 2000 and 2004 was upgraded so that Pendolinos could do 140 miles an hour, with section between Tamworth and Armitage going from 2-track to 4-track, which um 4 years to do quite a short section, really, and that was just upgrading. Class 47 on another local. So we'll get a photo of this 47, which is in original blue, rather than large logo. Got a brake gangway and 2 tourist second opens. Can I... What's the inside of the tourist second open like? I've ridden in one of those on a heritage railway. Are you You're supposed to be paused. Why are you moving? This is the inside of the brake coach with the guard's compartment. And then, can I go inside the engine? Ooh, it's not got the engine detail. But that's... I will get another shot like that, and we'll carry on. It's interesting that the locals are now passing, and they're hauled by a 47. Or a Duff, if you go by the nicknames. "13 miles before we're looped into a passenger loop at Carnforth, which give a chance to have a look around Steamtown if there's anything steamy there. Because in the 80s, that was a centre you could go and visit. Now it's just... Ooh, what station's this? Let's have a look at what station this is. I can look at Oxenholme. So, over here, that's the Windermere branch. Unfortunately, you can't drive on it. You can go up to... Where is it? It'll suddenly go blurred at the point where you can no longer drive. It's modelled all the way to Windermere, but you can't drive it. It comes up, service ended, outside playable zone, or outside playable area. There are ways of going beyond that, but you have to have... There we go, that's the end. That's as far as you can go. About a mile. Go back to Oxenholme. And my train. My intermodal freight train, as they are nowadays known. Or as they were known in the 80s and 90s, Freightliner trains. There it is. Can I cut across there? Yes. Good. There's my train. They're known as intermodals because it's more than one mode of moving the containers. You've got the rail and road that they use. Another screenshot. And... oh, wrong view. It went into that mode again. Right, we've gone through Oxenholme, which doesn't have a... well, it does have a loop, but we don't need to worry about it. 12 miles to Carnforth, which is good. It's a pity that the Windermere branch isn't able to be driven on. There's another catch point. Windermere branch would add another 5-10 miles. I mean, you can do the Morecambe branch, which is between Carnforth and Lancaster. Oh, I had to think then. You can do the Morecambe branch, and Morecambe is stunning. It's non-electrified, so this particular loco wouldn't be able to get there. It's a 5-mile branch, so relatively short. But you can't do the Windermere branch, which is a shame. Because doing a DMU service from Morecambe to Windermere would be fun. Oh well. Maybe when this route gets a remaster in about 5 years' time, Windermere will be added. And at Preston, you've got the junction for Blackpool and Ormskirk, but it's not modelled. Simple fact, you've got the Blackpool branches route, which I've already got, and I've done all the scenarios on. And that'd make this route even more stunning if you could go to Blackpool. Both Blackpool South, Blackpool North, and Ormskirk. Because then you could have a train going from Carlisle to Ormskirk. Not accurate to real life, but it'd still be possible. Or you could do Blackpool to Preston, to Lancaster, to Morecambe. That'd make a fun run. Or even Ormskirk to Morecambe. We're still going downhill. So I've not got the throttle. That's the M6 again. Or an A road. Can't tell, but let's go and get screenshot if it comes up. Come on, do the noise. There we go. That looks like it may be an A road because it's got a pavement alongside it. Because motorways don't have pavements. Carry on. I do like taking screenshots. That's a canal. Wow. I didn't notice that before. An overgrown canal. With a tunnel. That's quite interesting. Let's go over the other side, see. Oh, it goes into a long tunnel. So you only see a short bit of the canal. Former canal. And then the towpath. You can't see my loco. But the towpath goes through and under the railway via a bridge or a tunnel, and then up and over. That's actually quite cool. Could actually fly under the tunnel. Get another random screenshot and carry on. I didn't even see that until going over it. It's amazing what extra details are put in. Some of them you wouldn't normally notice. So, why not just take a look at them? Yes, it does mean that I'm making an absolute beast of a video. Because I'm seriously considering just doing the whole lot in one go, rather than editing it into 2 parts. So that requires much more effort from me. What's that? I want to know what that switch is. Cab light. Don't need it because it's not dark. And I can turn the cab light on with just pressing L. We're not going through any tunnels, so don't need to worry about it. Well, not any significant tunnels. At some point, I plan on getting the Class 76 add-on. Because currently we're driving this... Is it 70... 86, not 76. The 86 add-on. Because we're driving an 87 at the moment. The 86 is similar, but they were designed for passenger. Primarily passenger, with unlike the 87s, which were dual passenger and freight from the get-go. That also includes more Mark IIs. Ooh, another river. I'm not sure which, whether they're Mark IIAs or Mark II C or D, or even E. But it gives me another train to drive. The first thing I'm going to get, though, is the Avanti West Coast Class 805, which, at the time of recording, became available yesterday. That will give me services on both Birmingham to Crewe and London to Milton Keynes. And then when the Trent Valley line comes out, on that as well. That will also include the 807. So I'll have both 805 and 807 The 805 is the 5-car one, the 807 is the 7-car one. That's how I determine them. Otherwise, they're virtually identical. $5.2 miles to Carnforth. As I said, it'd be nice if there's actually some steam stuff at the site of Carnforth Steam Town. I have no idea because I've not done this scenario before. I'm definitely doing quite well with the action points. I've got 15,752 so far. And I do know I'm going to have to slow down for the loop, because I've got to stop anyway. And wait for passenger train to go through, and then it's into Preston, which isn't that far away from Carnforth. Oh, going uphill, so I need a bit more power. Let's get up to... I think. And go accelerating a bit, which is what I need. If we're going into the passenger loop, we'll be on the back side of... No, there isn't a platform at Carnforth. I was thinking Lakeside. We'll be going straight through Lancaster, not Lakeside. Lakeside is Lakeside and Hathaway Railway. Not too far from Windermere. Another train. And it's another Class 47. By the look of it. No, it's an 87. And this one is... Hallow the Wind. Back to having... different one each time, which is good. What's that got on it? Intercity coaches, 1 blue-grey, 2 more intercity, a buffet coach in blue and grey, restaurant buffet, 2 more intercity, and a Mark 1 brake gangway, which has been done as NHA. I must admit, the restaurant car, or buffet car, yeah, you can't see anything in there, that's a bit weird. It's quite a detailed car. And then you've got the TSOs. Now that looks cool. Business class in intercity. Effectively, but second class. And then... well, those were first class. So this is second class. I can't tell. I do like the insides of these coaches. These are Mark 3s. So we'll go back here, and that's the Tourist second. You've got Tourist second and first open on those trains. 3.3 miles, and we're going downhill again. So I'm cutting power. There we go, power cut. Put controller to hold. Power controller, as they put it. The throttle to hold it just means that it's not notching up or down. And I can... Ooh, here's the first yellow signal for Carnforth, which is when I start applying the brakes. As soon as I've gone past the signal. Double yellow, next one single yellow, and then red. Speed limit of 15 miles an hour into the loop. Okay. Another road bridge. And an overbridge. We've had an underbridge and overbridge. Now we need some wombles. Sorry. Definitely showing my age. Underground, overground. Wombling free. We'll soon be getting to the next signal, so I definitely want to start slowing down. I do not want to be speeding as we approach that red signal. Yes, it clears before we get to it. That's a nice bridge. But if I'm speeding, then I could easily pass that particular signal at danger, which is not good. Because that would end this scenario. And I'd be really annoyed. So, a bit more braking. Want to be going less than 20 by the time I get to that signal. Or get to the AWS ramp for the signal. Because after the signal we've got a 15 mile an hour speed restriction. There's one branch. Feels so slow after going at high speed. Okay, we're now at 20. So what we need is notch up to keep speed. To about 10. Okay, a bit less. Once we've gone over the AWS ramp, the signal should clear to caution. Another builder's yard of some sort. There we go, it's cleared. Notch back to 6. 5. Should be slowing down to below 15 by the time we get to the loop. And there's 3 ways that lines can diverge here. Go through the old platform. Now the station is over there and it's different line. We are heading to the left in just a second. Is there anything in Steamtown? Doesn't look like it. No. Nothing in Steamtown. At least the go via is halfway along the loop. There's a class 47. That's nice. 47629, I think. Once we are past the go via point, I'll put the brakes on. Or I'll put the brake on when we get to AWS ramp. And then take a photo mode view around. 26 miles to Preston. So when I said about 50 miles when we were at Grey Rig, I was about right. Still slowing down because we're going uphill slightly. I just wanted to have a fly around Carnforth in photo mode deliberately so that I can get some screenshots around the place, see if there is any steam engines, which would be either a 4F, Jubilee, 8F or Flying Scotsman. Come to a stop. The train's trying to push me forward. And stopped. Go into photo mode if it lets me. Right. What I want to do, first of all, I'll get another artistic shot of my train, like so. This is Carnforth Steamtown. Little old the Furnace Road and Cragbank Railway. So this is Cragbank, part of Steamtown, Carnforth. Which sadly no longer exists as Steamtown. It was supposedly, I never visited it, it was supposed to be a fantastic place for heritage steam and stuff like that. A lot of the structures are no longer there. One shed. Steam shed. Which I'll get a screenshot of. Then you've got the coaling plant and water tower, which there were a lot of photos of locos and the ash plant, plus the steam shed. They could have put a steam engine here. This is Furnace End. Far end of the line is, well, the far end of that line is where the Furnace Railway was. There's no sign for that, unfortunately. Then you've got small signal box, which remarkably you can actually walk into. and get views like that. Mainly because there is actually a collectible in here. Or there was. I think I've already got the collectible. Yeah, I have. But that's the Carnforth Steam Town. Then you've got Carnforth Station, which I've also done all the collectibles, like route map. Can't focus in on it, unfortunately. There's the Class 47, moving away. 47629. That's heading that way. There's one of the collectibles on this route. Brute Luggage Truck. I've done all but one collectible on this route, which is remarkable considering I haven't had the route that long. I mean, I got it just after Christmas, or just before Christmas, one or the other. Same time as I got Riviera Line and a couple of other routes, because they were on sale. Let's go and wait for me southbound service. Zoom out and see where it is. Quite a way away. It's going to be a bit of a wait. In fact, it's going to be a long wait. There it is. It's an express. Loco and several coaches. It's got quite a bit of time before it gets here. Where's the signal for that line? There, which is showing red. I'll go into that view. Just wait for the southbound express, the last one. There'll probably be a northbound train come through as well. But I'll wait for the southbound train. Get some more screenshots, because it's quite fun doing that. And then we'll head up to Preston. Even though geographically it's down, it's up direction to Preston, because it's always up to London. Londoners are always London-centric, aren't they? Come on, train. I can't tell. Oh, there's ground signals there. That's for things coming out of that loop. Going on the down line. Ooh, I can open the door from this view. Didn't know I could do that. Let's look on the map, see how close it is. There it is. About 1 or 2 minutes and it'll be here. Honestly don't know what is pulling it, just that it's an express passenger. So it'll be an 87. But whether it's Black Douglas for the third time, I don't know. We shall see. Shan't we? Shouldn't be too long before it gets here. Should be going through Carnforth probably around now. For the old station bit, I mean. Just taking forever. Or it feels like it's taking forever. It isn't really, it just feels like it. And the problem is, with the mist, I can't see it until it's really close. I'm going to get a screenshot of that one, which I didn't see. That's another steel train with North Britain. Can I get one as though I'm by the signal? Gives me a chance to have a quick look at where this other train is. I'm guessing it'll be in Carnforth. Within the station limits, I mean. Not yet. The advantage of photo mode, it does pause everything. So I can just go up and look without worrying about it missing where I am. Or without missing it, I mean. Okay, we've gone through Carnforth and still haven't seen it. Okay, I'll just wait. Let North Britain go and just wait. Oh, there it is. It's just coming round the bend into... Limiter shunt is around there. They pass at... They're passing just outside of the station limits. It's quite cool. Don't know where that line goes. Or that one, for that matter. Okay, go into this view. And be prepared to go into photo mode. It's an express, and pause. Photo mode. Get the photo like that first. Driver's looking to her left. Ooh, it's a different one. It's Patriot this time, so it's not Black Douglas. Go by the signal again, because that gives good view. 87003, Patriot. That one has got exactly the same details on the front as mine. So mine is able to do passenger, Now the driver's looking straight at me. That's quite funny. Mine can do passenger, but it's been put on freight. Okay. Ten coaches on that one. Let's go back to that view. I'm going to have to do a bit of throttle before we go. I like the way the grass just blows randomly. "26 miles to Preston." And then the end of the scenario. So about 35 minutes. Maybe 40. As I said, this is a long video. I really don't feel like editing it down to 2 separate videos. Because that will spoil the flow. Come on, signal. Don't think there's another train coming, is there? No. No other train. Just have to wait. We've got to go past the junction for Morecambe, through Lancaster, and then to Preston Goods Loop. I have a feeling there is another train coming. Because signal's staying red. Let's just look up here. No, that's the one that's gone. That's the steel train. Okay, maybe not. Signal should have cleared by now. Why is it not cleared? Don't know, I'd wait for signal to change. Come on then. Change the signal. I want to get to Preston. Go this side again. I can't see. Oh, that's why. There's a WMU, as I'm going to nickname it. I will go into photo mode and get a picture of that DMU. So I'm now going to be following a DMU that stops at Lancaster. Okay. Where's that DMU? I didn't see that. So I've got to wait for the DMU. There it is. It'll be a... I think it's a class 101, not a 110. Easy way of finding out. Have a look at the tops panel on the end of each with the coach. But that's the first DMU that's been moving in this video. got its lights on. It's heading nowhere. Interesting. Class 101. There we go. Okay, so it's a Class 101. I like the bits around the window. You can actually see the rubber grommets that hold the window in. Hasn't got the rear lights on. They're supposed to be red. Get another screenshot. So now I know that's heading back. Let's go here. I'll get a screenshot of it going past, because I haven't got a DMU going past my train yet. But we'll see how long that takes to get out of section. Looks like it's on the loop at the moment. I believe it is, unless it's pulling across to the main first. Yeah, it's coming across to the main line. Okay. If I go up here, I can see when it's close. And then go into photo mode. And there. Perfectly in line. DMU and the 87. One thing I've noticed with this game, if you have your player model as female, all the other drivers are female. Inside of this DMU is quite interesting. It is accurate to the real things. And these first generation DMUs, ooh, that's the DMBS, you could sit like that and watch either the view behind or the view out the front and watch the driver. I don't think... oh, it does have blinds, but usually they were left up. Sorry, I've got a bit of a tickly throat. Would have been amazing to ride on one of them. Sitting in the front seats and watching the sitting in the front seat watching the view ahead, or sitting at the back watching the view behind. Oh, there's another intercity. We've had 2 northbound trains, 2 southbound trains. Sir Winston Churchill. 87019. Let's carry on. Just wait for the signal now. Should clear. And then we can head to Preston. Green or yellow signal. Off we go. Come on. We're going to roll backwards if I don't have the power. £15-mile-an-hour speed limit at the moment. And then we... sorry. And then goes up to 75. Because we're a freight. In that stop, we had 4 trains pass us. And then, I don't know how many will pass us between here and Preston. We will see. Hopefully not too many. Or... well, actually I'd like a bit more realistic number, so... be nice to pass another freight while on the move. I mean, we've only actually passed 3. 2 with steel coils and 1 intermodal. Or Freightliner, as they were known in the 80s. There's a plate layer's hut. Let's get a... that is quite interesting. It's a wooden built one. Don't normally see those these days. There's house being built on a farm. Interesting. Go back in the cab. Show you what they sound like with the windows shut. You can't hear anything. There's another train. And it's a DMU. 2-car DMU. So, in the space of 5 minutes, we've seen 2 different DMUs. Don't know where it's going, because destination blind hasn't been done. It's got headlights on. Has it got rear lights? That one has got the rear lights on. And I could do a scenario where I'm driving one of these Class 101s. There's only one. That's the driving motor brake second, and that's the driving motor second, I believe, at DMS. DMCL. Okay. I don't know what the C stands for. Eastern region. But we're in the Western region, or the Midland region. Interesting. Why would an Eastern region one be on the Western, or the Midland region? Let's do that. So we got my loco coming past. Go this side as well, because it makes it more interesting. And then we'll carry on. We're only doing 13. They were doing a lot more. I'm probably just stopping Carnforth. Okay, we can now build up some speed. While we... 25 miles to Preston, so it's a mile from the goods loop, or the passenger loop there, before we could speed up. Interesting. Let's have the windows back open. I want to be able to hear the loco. Preston goods loop is last place. We started 12:30. It's been 2 hours in game, nearly. It would have been much longer on the video because I stop and do the screenshots. But I'm sure there's still people watching. If there are, put a thumbs up in the comments. Let me know that you're still watching. I prefer doing these long form videos to shorts. So I want to know how many people actually watch all the way through. It'd be nice if people would comment saying that they do. Let's get... That is interesting. It's a low bridge, but you've got a relatively new town. Let's move that like that. Go down to pedestrian level. The street lamp's annoying, but can I get one from the other side? Without the street lamp in the way? Yes, I can. Okay, back to driving. I've probably taken more screenshots on this scenario than I did with the train spotting that I did a few weeks ago. Trying to get up a bit of speed. We're going downhill, so speed won't be too bad. What's that? I haven't really looked around the cab properly. I've just been... I can still hear the engine. Or the motors. Ooh. A level crossing. Let's have a look at that. I can't rewind time, unfortunately. But that's interesting. You've got level crossing, but also a footbridge over it. Like that. That's quite cool. Can I get a almost side-on shot? Oh, can't go down that way. I can go down here and that's quite cool. Didn't know there was a level crossing. And of course, it puts me into flying cam. Back to nice quietness. The cabs of these are quite insulated from sound. That's just to show that lights do work. They're not that bright, and normally you wouldn't have them on when driving. There's hay bales. And more over there, so this was This is meant to be in late summer, I'm going to say, with the hay bales. I'm not worried about speed. Because we're below speed limit. I just want to try and get to Preston. Finish the scenario. And see how well I did. Another level crossing. This time I will get a screenshot of it going over the level crossing. Because it's quite cool. That footbridge is weird. But you can tell they put the footbridge in to try and Hest Bank. Okay. One looking over the barrier. With the name of the level crossing. And another one. With the barrier up close. And now, because I can, yeah, I wanted to get one with it next to it, and I just pressed B instead of Y. So, oh well. I've got some of it near the crossing, which is good enough. Never know, one of those might be the thumbnail. And if you stopped watching the video before getting to there, that's a shame, because you won't know how the thumbnail came. If you actually have been watching, there's the junction to Morecambe. If you are still watching, thank you. Why is the power just being cut? I didn't touch anything. Why is it cut power again? That is so annoying. Shouldn't just keep cutting power on me. I'm trying to maintain speed, and having the power suddenly get cut is annoying. There we go. It's in the blue now. 22 miles to Preston. Soon be at Lancaster. And I'm guessing there'll be a train at Lancaster. Either DMU in the bay or passenger train in one of the platforms, the main line. This cab sways quite a bit. It's quite bouncy, which is weird. I can turn cab sway down if I really want to. But at the moment, it just feels more realistic having the cab sway. There's another road. Little urban roadway. Or suburbs. So, not quite town centre, but close. And the river bridge, which we're nearly at Lancaster, but I love this viaduct. It looks quite amazing. With my electric going over it. You can actually spawn down here and have a little wander around. There's not much in the way of things you can do, because you can't get onto the... Why are you locked up? Thank you. You're locked up for a second. There's not much you can actually do round here, but you can have a walk around to there. You can walk under the bridge to a short distance. You can walk a little bit along here. That's not a bad shot. Maybe if I move the lamppost out of the view. But you can also go up these steps. Going up these steps is fun. Because go up here, around here, up here, and then all you can do is walk from here, along here, and I think maybe down here. And that's it. You can't get on the track. So I don't know why it's a spawn point. Unless it's for watching trains in free roam timetable. Anyway, back to driving. Let's see if there's anything at Lancaster. Cut power. There's a DMU, I believe. Yes. That'll be the same one that we... See if it's gone into photo mode. Yes. I believe that's the same one as was in Carnforth. Driver's not in position yet. Oh, yes, they are. Oh, no, that's a passenger. This is the bay for Morecambe. With hydraulic buffers. I've done the collectibles here as well. There's a better view of the map. It shows what the different things are, and also gives you the date of the line closure notice. From the 22nd of December 1986 till the 2nd of January 1987, the West Coast Main Line between Carlisle and Glasgow will be closed. Trains will be diverted between Glasgow and Carlisle, which will add an hour to journey times. Buses will be provided for passengers wanting Lockerbie, Carstairs and Motherwell from outside of Carlisle and Glasgow Central Railway stations. And they say railway, which is good, because it is a railway station. It's not a train station. We are not in the US. Let's get that as a screenshot. I don't know why I almost went Scottish then. And of course, another one with me, 87. And now, we continue. As we go through Lancaster via the avoiding lines, which is good, because we don't have to slow down. Slowing down a bit because we're going uphill slightly, so I need some more throttle. Then the loop comes back over canal. Now I can get a screenshot from a canal. That is so nice. Go through the tree. It's a pity there's no narrowboat in it. But that's a nice canal. I think I've taken a lot of photos. Or screenshots. A lot more than any other scenario I've ever done. It's a pity there isn't another train coming the other way. But it's so nice being able to just stop, get photos like this, or screenshots, whatever you want to call them, and go above the tree. There we go. Let's carry on. Now that we've gone over that canal, we've got 20 miles to Preston, which is I didn't see that. What's the name of it? It's not named, it's a class 47. With the shadow of the tree, it's actually quite cool. 47463. 47/4. And that's got a male driver. I've just noticed. Wow. Don't often see male drivers in this game. Carry on. As I said, 20 miles to Preston and the end of the scenario. And then it'll be outro before screenshots. It's a nice little settlement. Let's get a bit more throttle so that I don't stall on this gradient. Go full throttle. Because while it's nice being below the speed limit, oh, my laptop had a bit of a stutter there. While it's nice being below the speed limit, it's really annoying if I slow down too much. because I'm supposed to be trying to keep to as close to line speed as I can. We're now on level, so I can notch down. .25 should keep me within speed limit. Nice little pond again. There's a lot of ponds alongside this line. There's a farm. Or a factory. Maybe a factory. 19 miles. .69 miles an hour, 18 miles to go, and then we'll be at Preston with our non-perishable goods. Run down. Don't want to be speeding, but I also don't want to stall out if we go uphill again. There we go. Notch 10 out of 38. Should maintain this speed then. We're back on level track. Where's that bridge look like? Where? What's that bridge look like, I should say. There's some sheep. And it's quite a nice looking bridge, to be honest. You get a building through it, plus my 87. And then the other side, ooh, it's a terrace building. Go down like this. Gotta be further away to be able to see the... Looking out through their window. There we go. No, still not good enough. How about standing on their roof? Could do... an aerial view, maybe. View like that, so you get the bridge, my train, in almost in full. Oh well. Yeah, 17 miles, still trying to maintain speed, that'll do. Try and maintain around 70 miles an hour. I'm not going to be speeding, and I'm not too slow. Means that it'll be about 20 minutes until I come to a stop at Preston. At which point the scenario will end. And I'll see how well I've done. I've done over 20,000 action points. That's more than any other scenario I've done. So, hopefully, I'll get a platinum. Oh, sorry. Hopefully, I'll get a platinum medal. It's the aim of driving within speed limit and following the instructions and all that lot. It's why I did not want to do a signal passed at danger. Where was that parking brake? Neutral. I'm just looking at all the different things that I can do in this. I just don't know how to turn that on, DSD. Is it in one of these cabinets? I'll have to look one day and see if I can turn DSD on. It's basically for if you lose consciousness. Okay, that should maintain 72. Hopefully. As we travel on level track for a few miles, hopefully. We've got 14 miles before we get to Preston. And then scenario ends. As I said, if you're still watching, thank you. While I make these videos because I enjoy doing them, it is nice when people watch all the way through. It does mean a lot to me, because I do put a lot of effort into them. I have found every now and then that some of my videos, people just watch a few seconds. Analytics is brilliant because it lets you know how long people are watching for and things like that. But some people do genuinely watch all the way through, even when I'm doing random things like screenshots, which make the video much longer than they were. Don't know why that squealed then. The more people that watch the long form video, the more likely it is that YouTube will realise that shorts are not the way to go. Yes, I know younger people tend not to like long form content as much as those of us who are a little bit older. But a long form video can have more information in it than a short. Far more information. And for this one, I'm playing through one of the scenarios on the West Coast Main Line over Shap, Preston to Carlisle route on Train Sim World. There are people who just do the timetables. I like doing the scenarios because you get extra things put on them. You occasionally get things like speed restrictions. In this instance, trains passing while we're sitting in a loop. The timetable service doesn't usually have that kind of thing. So, yes, the scenarios tend to be play once and then done. But if I don't get a platinum medal, I can replay it. Get higher points. That's the whole idea. Get as many action points as I can. And as long as I don't overspeed, I won't lose many action points on this. So this one should give me a platinum medal. I mean, I've got 21,567 action points, which keep going up because I'm under the speed limit. And every time I complete one of the objectives, I get more points. That's what I like. I like doing it where I can drive in a relaxed form and earn action points, earn a medal at the end of the scenario. I just wish there were more scenarios on each route. I mean, this one's got 5 or 6. The Birmingham to Crewe line has got 5. Though that's going to increase pretty soon, and I've just had power cut again. I have no idea why. But we're going downhill, so it doesn't really matter so much. Don't know why it cut power. That's the 3rd time power's cut. Let's get more. Try and maintain speed. 8.2 miles to Preston. Soon be the end of the scenario. Haven't seen another train in a while, and then there's one. Which loco is it? John O'Gaunt. With another female driver. Let's get at what the second man would see. It's a bit different. And then their second man view of my train. Like that. Let's carry on. They've got 10 coaches. 9 Mark 3s and 1 Mark 1 BG. We're going uphill again, so I need more throttle, otherwise I'll stall. I do not want to stall on the gradient. What's that? That's an interesting structure. I know it's a modern replacement, but it's an interesting one. Really interesting. Concrete beams in between to prevent issues. You've got the cable ducting on this side. That's quite fun. Anyway. 7.3 miles. There's another one of those structures. Looks like that was upgraded when they did the electrification. First time I've noticed those while using this route, so it's actually quite good. I'm not sure when I'll start getting the yellows. Because the signals are clearing currently before I get to them. And I really hope my microphone didn't pick that up. Someone's sounding their horn as they go past my flat. It's really annoying. Right. 5.7 miles. And still going uphill. And still getting green signals. It's a nice bridge. And that's an even nicer bridge. Modified when the electrification happened, by the look of it. There's another crossover. Looks like an old station. And another goods loop for the northbound trains. Fortunately, I don't have to stop in it. Because I'd have to cross over the down line to get into and out of it. Can't see where that goods loop ends at the moment. There. No signal, so it's one direction only by the look of it. Interesting. At least I didn't see a signal. I'll probably have to watch the video back and look to see if it does have a signal. Three and a half miles. Soon be time to start. Well, it is time to cut power because we're going downhill. And I want to not be speeding. There we go. First brake application. .7 miles. So next signal should, in theory, stay yellow. No, it's gone green. Maybe the one after that. Here's another loop. Not sure which loop this is. Do know one of these goods loops you can actually fast travel to and go into the oh, let's have a look at that. These Please pause. Let me look at that graffiti. I want to see what it says. It's got a ghost. And then North End. And of course, because I've paused, I have to get a screenshot of my 87. Wonder if there's graffiti on... Well, there's stuff there. Blackpool FC. And then over this side, bushes, and up the Rovers. There we go, I got that. Well, there's a football pitch there. There's what looks like a church and some houses. Okay, we're nearly in Preston. We're at the edge of Preston. So, 1.9 miles. I wish it stopped going into that camera view. I don't like it. Add a bit more braking force. And slow down. That was the last goods loop before Preston. We have to get down to 35 before we get to Preston station and the goods loop. So I'm just slowing down gently, just in case there's fragile freight or goods in the train. And then we've got to go down to 15. So a little bit more braking force, please. As we go in between these buildings. Oh, there's the yellow. Double yellows with feather pointing to the left. And can I get a screenshot over there? I've taken more screenshots on this scenario than any other time. That one doesn't look as good. There are some other bridges on this route that look absolutely amazing. And then you get that, which isn't even blended into the ground. I mean, look, there's a gap. That sort of spoils it somewhat. That angle's a bit better, but you can still see the gaps. Okay, carry on as we get into Preston. We've got to slow down to 15. And we'll be relieved by another driver at Preston who will take it on, probably to Crewe. That will probably be a scenario on the Crewe to Preston route. Okay, I will release brakes completely. Otherwise I'll slow down too much. And then put it back into first application. Another AWS bell, or horn in this case. There's another line. Don't know where that one goes. Should be down at 15 by the time I get to the 15 speed limit, which I will be. We're going downhill slightly, so probably increase speed before I get to the 15, which is a bit annoying. Because I don't want to be speeding. Got over 24,000 action points. I think that'll be a platinum medal. It's just here. The noise that you get in Preston. Okay, slowing down gradually. Staying below 15, which is what I want. And we're into the goods loop. There's a train. I'm going to have a look at that before I get into the station, because it won't let me do this once I've stopped. At least not unless... It won't let me do it unless I'm really, really fast. Which one is it? Patriot! We've caught up to it. At Preston. So that's stopped at Preston. Anything else? There's some coaches, which look like they are... Ooh, a Class 08. And someone... Which Class 08 is it? Oh, it's the Wigan Shed Pilot. Or Wigan Pilot. With a load of parcels coaches. So that's the parcels. And there's me coming into Preston. Goods Loop. In Kenilworth. I will apply more braking when I'm getting closer to the end. And then try and get a screenshot before the scenario ends. Just so that we get a final screenshot. Power controller fully off now, because I will have stopped. Horn. And it's slowing down. That one's leaving. What I want is mine by the signal, and that just ahead of me. Before the scenario ends. The green, I can't get rid of the green. What I will do is that. And then looking through the window. And we should come to a stop before the signal, please, before the signal. Ah! I'm not replaying it. I am not replaying it. That one, it didn't put the brakes on in time. Or the brakes didn't go on hard enough in time. Right, I got to Preston. It stopped at the signal and it classed it as a failure. Not happy with that. Anyway, if you've made it to the end of the video, thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it, even with me doing a bad right at the end. Hopefully, Wednesday's video will be more successful. And until then, be seeing you.
Warbler Productions. Filming trains and events that happen in town.
Wearing his red trilby, Dale can be seen with cameras 3 all set up.
Steam trains and diesels, electrics and freights.